God, I'm so sorry. That was probably so loud. Hi, Maikaru. Hi, Ember. Give me 1 second. I'm eating an Oreo. I'm always eating before I start stream. I just don't want to faint while I'm streaming. I've done it before. It hurts. I always hit my head on the counter. So enjoy the music. I'll be right back. And hell's coming, hell's coming, hell is coming with me. All right, hi. Yeah, this song is catchy as hell. I don't even really like this genre of music very much, but catchy as hell. Thank you guys for feeding Grim for me. I'm getting the game booted up, drinking my Baja Blast. Also, hi, Atara. How are you? Hi, Third Word. Hi, Gore. I already said hi to Ember and Maikaru. I'm not doing it again. Gore, thank you for petting chat. Chat, thank Gore. Gore just gave you good head pats. We love head pats. How is everybody doing? Hopefully the answer is good. It's coming up. 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 It's there. Okay, don't moan it, Gore. I'm enjoying a small IPA. Oh, fuck yeah! IPA! I don't drink beer. It all tastes like piss water to me. But I'm happy that you are enjoying your beer. I'm happy to have you here. Stop moaning at my husband, Third Word. I'm glad to see you're all right, Maikaru. Glad to see you're good. Ember, yeah, no double high, but you did get head pats from Gore, so enjoy. We're gonna jump in. I have to make it to her, which I'm trying to decide if I should just fucking bull run it. I might attempt to bull run it. We'll see. Yeah, fuck it, we ball. Cause she's like there, but I have to like get across all these other bitches. Integrated hardware you cannot afford. To a perfect war. Roses picking up the gold. I love Sleep Token. Like, it's not even funny how much I love Sleep Token. I listen to them consistently. When Bunny was in the NICU, I listened to them constantly. Like, every day when we would drive up the 30-40 minutes to the NICU, we listened to Sleep Token. I love Aqua Regia is one of my favorites. I'm getting into them in Bad Omens and Eminence. Good shit. Oh wait, by the way, chat, I forgot, but I get to do the cover. Y'all hit that dono goal for the cover. So y'all get to vote on what song y'all want me to do for the cover. That's in the Discord. It's hold on. Double checking. It's called Cover Song Request. Please leave a link to the song there. And you guys can have some fun there. I gotta vote for it. Hi, Eighth! How are you? Oh yeah, the summoning is so fucking good. It's like the traditional, like it trended on TikTok, but like, ugh, horny. Hi, Dog Ant. How have you not joined the Discord yet? I don't know. How have you not joined the Discord yet? What's happening? You all right? It's no biggie. Don't worry about it. Don't stress. Yes, I'm actually playing Elden Ring this time. I promise. Also, I'm not nearly as horny today as I was yesterday, so cheers. Okay, let's get that game booted up real quick. Well, now I'm done dancing to alarm bells. No wonder my ears are still ringing. When I'm done fighting off change. No wonder my arms are still swinging. Oh, Vor is a great song. Aqua, Regia, oxytocin running in the ether. Second. Slightly uncomfy. Aw, I'm sorry about your pinky. I hope it's okay. Did you slam it in a door? Third. Oh, God. I did. Oh, Lord! The car! Shut up! Fuck. This happens every time. Elden Ring does bring out the horny every time, though. Can y'all hear the game? No, y'all cannot. Now you can. There it is. There's the game. Also, I found my save file from the first time I played. I only made it to level 19. And never left Limgrave. 4 hours deep, yeah. That's as far as I made it before I was like, fuck this shit. Oh god, so loud. Sorry, I'm adjusting the volume on my headphones so I can hear when bitches are behind me. Because there are always bitches behind me in this game. Okay. Alright. Are you ready to watch me get jumped again? I'm always getting jumped in this fucking house. Fucking hate it here. Maybe an allergic reaction? Ugh, I am so sorry. Alright. Look, Bunny does jump me, unironically. That kid is insane. You know, I've never actually attempted going up. I feel like I should, just to try it out. Bunny does jump me. She's trying to figure out how to run. But she's a goob. You know what? I just decided, fuck that. So... The tree sentinel? Yeah, so that's what I did. That's what those 4 hours are. Because somebody told me Why are you spending so long on an optional boss? You don't have to spend so long on this optional boss. And I went, well, now that you've asked, and now that you're bitching at me about it, I'm gonna stay here. And every time somebody bitches at me about it, comes onto my stream and bitches at me about it, I'm just gonna do more. That's one more stream. Don't. That's one more stream of me fucking staying here fighting the Sentinel. Don't. Oh. Well, that guy's dead. And that's what those 4 hours were, was me beating the Sentinel. So. Yeah, I punted him. Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry, dude. Oh, there's ants down there. Oh, I can't look. Oh. My voice is so pretty. Oh, thank you. I feel like deeper voices are not super common for VTubers, which is a bit of a shame. When I became a I baseballed the fuck out of him. Poor dude. Excuse me. Don't. When I became a VTuber, I was like, should I use a voice? Like, should I use one of those little voices that people like to use? And ultimately decided against it. Just because, like, I can't. That's asking too much of me. I just want my runes. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Nope, it's fine. Nope, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, God. Oh, God. Did you know it turned out not to be fine? You're not late. I just started like 15 minutes ago. You're good. You're good. I love chill vibes and lower pitch voices. That's very fair. Okay, so I wouldn't call myself a chill vibe streamer. I yell a lot. I get heated. I yell a lot. Oh, see. Go to hell. Okay, so apparently when they're doing that, like, flying kick move, you can just fucking chuck them. Which, you know, like, good to know, I guess. But yeah, the ooh voice just sounds like it's really hard to upkeep. And I just don't want to. You know? I don't even have a redeem for it. I have a redeem for Yoshi. For my Yoshi voice. You know, for the Yoshi lovers. Alright. Now this guy. And you. Yeah, I'm not really 100% sure where I'm supposed to go from there. Oh, I see. There was a bridge I just missed. Alright, I need to be faster is what I'm hearing. I could ooh-woo. Snuffy used to do a voice and then she's like, I'm over it. Yeah, I don't know how corpos do it, man. Snuffy is me, because I also would have been like, I'm done. Get your ooh-woo from someone else. Goddamn heathens. Yeah, I could ooh-woo pretty good with Peach's model. But tragedies? No, it's not happening. Alright, we're booking it. Grabbing our souls. Oh, there's a bridge. Ah! ants! Are you fucking kidding me? There's a Grace this whole time? I fucking hate it here. Oh my god. You could use a voice changer for the Owo voice. That's true, you probably could. It just doesn't seem worth it to me, if you want me to be completely honest. Like, I know people do it for money, but it's not for me. When you've got a naturally deep voice, doing that kind of shit's rough. Alright. I'm about to have so much fun. My favorite creatures in the entire world. What am I looking at? What am I looking at right now? What is that weird death snail doing? Do I want to know? I don't think I do. Are viewers that into uwu voices? I don't know, really. Down. I mean, if you insist. What? The Hallig tree is halligging. Okay, so the people who just have higher pitched voices, I get that. You know, like... Oh, I see. When you just have a higher pitched voice, there's really... Oh, fuck me. Ah! Oh, wait. I shouldn't have jumped. I could have fought him, but I panicked. I was like, oh, I can run here. Can't. Oh, yay, more wizards? More wizards? Oh, yeah, that's not happening. I'm not going over there. I'm gonna get a closer look. Just to fully confirm it. Yeah, no, not happening. Absolutely not. Kill the snails. Do the snails do magic? Are the snails like a legitimate problem? Oh! Ow! Where's your snail? Where the fuck is your snail? Hey, where the fuck is this guy's snail? Oh, there you are. You son of a bitch. Can you run jump that? I don't think I want to. Yes, you are welcome to recommend more than one. That is okay. I do not mind. Gore, hush. I don't mind. They can recommend more than one if they want. No, limit doesn't matter because it's gonna end up going in a tree pole anyways, so... Can I make that? Alright, we're attempting it. Nope. But I made that. Oh, but at what fucking cost? Oh, there's a ladder. Oh, thank God. I was like, music, songs for my first cover. Hey, did y'all know that y'all suck? Like, legit. That's a jump, too. Oh! Nope. I wanted to see if I could. The answer is no. Oh god, I'm taking a Baja Blast break. Okay. Taking a fucking Baja break. Okay, well it says 1 because Gore did it. Gore did not ask before saying 1. So... Jesus, mind your fucking business. Oh. Oh, so that jump is doable. There are more of you in there than there were earlier. Is that a door? No. My suggestion is definitely a meme request. That's fine. I don't mind that. Oh, there's a ladder over there. Oh, is that the ladder I could climb up earlier? And I was like, not doing all that. Yeah, well, I don't have Mad Vert score. Mad Verts have never been my thing, really. Hello, sir? These guys aren't really a problem. They're just obnoxious. Alright, there we go. Your Selim. Oh, my Selim. Ha ha ha. What the fuck, Richard? Alright. Alright. I touched the ground and slid off. See, I'm gonna pull my hair out before we even make it to Melania at this point. Melania. Leave me alone! Let me kill your snail! Yeah. I have really bad depth perception. Fun fact. Where are my souls? Oh, they're all the way over there. Melania. Oh. Oh, fuck me. I love the way they lift their arm when they're getting ready to jump you. Milanese, melatonin. Yeah, whatever, man. Oh, Madvert! Oh my god. Oh my god, that was so close to killing me. Oh, hi. I didn't realize you were here. Ow! I don't know which way to go here. Are you guys so fucking for real? Would y'all stop falling on my head? Hi. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god! I hate it here. This place sucks. This place sucks. I hate to say it, chat. I think I have officially found somewhere that sucks more than Caelid. Do you want a map? Would that help me? Or would I hate myself just as much? Ugh. Whatever, man. I'm leaving all those souls. I don't give a damn. What the fuck?! Why is there a door that leads to the abyss? Why is there a door that leads to the abyss? Whose fucking bright-ass idea was it to make a door that leads to the abyss? Is to keep me humble. I've been nothing but humbled by this game. Truly, nothing but. Ah! Oh my god, it was the wrong door. This was the right door. Are these fucking wizards? Oh my fucking god. I just fucking rolled off the edge. I think this is the first time this game has actually pissed me off. I think this is the first time this game has legitimately pissed me the fuck off. I genuinely think. Was it the window? I don't know what it was. Score. But whatever it was wrong. And I'm upset about it. Alright. Wizards. The fuck ever, man. Never mind. Not really a what the fuck ever. What the fuck ever, man! Ow! You big back bitch! fucking this guy. This fucking guy. Yeah, how the fuck did he get a horse all the way up here? That's a good question. Sorry, I just saw him from the distance and y'all watch me just sigh. Just me just... Alright. Did I accidentally set something on the map because I panicked? I did. Jesus. Look, I don't mean to have pure rage, but sometimes it do just be popping out. I'm gonna up my health a bunch. Thanks. Alright, anyways. Rage equals content. Is that how that works? We're only 35 minutes in. We are only 35 minutes in. Look, I'm gonna be making a smorgasbord of TikToks this weekend. So, look forward to that. Why are there so many dead people here? Praise the jumping. What am I jumping to? No. Yeah, okay, I was about to say, there's a fucking ladder. There's no way. I'm gonna regret this. Hold on, real quick. Just in case. Do I want to go up the stairs? Probably not. Yeah, it sure is the quick way down until your death teleports you right back up. Oh, there's a chest here. Am I gonna regret touching this chest? No, I am not. I need that for my weapon. I can upgrade my weapon. Hold on. Gotta go do that real quick. Don't mind me. Da 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 da. La 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 la. Woo! Hey, big boy! Please beat the shit out of my sword. I'm laying out my arms then. I have it though. Wait, was that not it? Uh-oh. Chat, that may have not been it. Ancient dragon. Oh, it's not somber. It's not somber. God damn it. I believe in playing Stardew. I'd be playing Stardew right now. Ducky actually just started playing Stardew, and I was like, Yeah, there is a somber one. Is it here, though? Alleg Tree Town. Which one? Is it this one? I have no idea. Yeah, I need a somber. Okay, yeah, it's this one. Mikola must have loved this tree because it is flourishing with life. Unfortunately for me. Damn, I got real excited too. Alright, down we go. Whee! You think Mikola put all the ladders in this area? I think Mikola was like, my bitches need ladders. There's actually 3 in this tree? Oh, I might have to run around and try and find it then. Elfel. Elphiel? Nicola's whole thing is abundance. I suppose that is true. Oh, that thing's gonna jump me before I can make it to the grace, isn't it? Nope! Keep that shit to yourself, bucko. Alright. Fucking asshole. Anyways. What the fuck? Why are you getting so many ads? What's going on, Twitch? Which grace is this? That's a good question. This is prayer room grace. Where I pray that my sins be forgiven and my pussy stays fertile. There's somber stones nearby. Would you like to share where, perhaps? Oh, congratulations on being freed from the fucking Twitch ad hell. Oh. Big boy of the Hallig tree, I see. Hey, bud. Found in a chest hidden between columns near a roof with a corpse carrying an item. Oh, okay. Oh. Ow. Fucking holy damage. God, how did they all know I'm a sinner? Is that blatantly obvious? Hi. Aw, bummer. Armament ahead. That's a baby. Why is there a baby on that man's leg? Oh, can I kick this down? Oh no, that's just... jump down to the gazebo with the red scarab, then run up the diagonal support on the other side. The chest is in a small room. Okay, bet. I actually think it's down here, so... I hear the scarab. She's around here. She do be round. Ow! fucking asshole! There she is. Why do I hear big ass men? Oh! You're here. You call him Dollar Store Ordston? Oh, poor dude. Chest! Gimme! Wait. All right. I feel like there's a man in here. Okay, there it is. Bet. Thanks, Gore. Oh, there's a bunch of these guys over here. Hmm. Who the fuck's trying to fight me? Oh, that guy. Man, this guy's real pissed off at me. All right. Man, these guys are real pissed. Hmm. Oh. I suddenly see the problem. Oh! I didn't mean to jump off the edge. I was trying to jump on the ledge. Shit! I was trying to jump on the ledge. God damn it. Okay, hold on real quick. Let's go. I need my souls to go level up. Actually, I've got enough. Yeah. I've got enough of the little Edie's. My storage souls. Yeah, is that what they're called? I've literally just been calling them Edie's this whole time. Because you eat them to get what you need, so Edie's. Alright. Let's use both of these big boys. That should be good.
Well, I took you for no matter to lay out your arm.
Yay! I got an achievement. Maximum power! And this game's still gonna beat my ass, is the craziest part of that. Ow, ow, ow! Yeah, I got maximum power. This game is still not going to be kind to me. So, you know. You both gonna come after me? Is that just what we're doing? Anywho. Yeah, I remembered that you were here. I didn't forget. Oh, I never got that item. Fascinating. Well, he just launched himself down there, so... Y'all like how I watch silently? As that man just... Man, I know that pissed him off. I would have been pissed. I would have been like, God, fuck me. Alright, where are my souls? Still over there by that fucking flower, probably. Oh. Like, sometimes the beauty of this game is the fact that you never know what kind of bullshit is about to occur. Oh, those are like trebuchets. Huh. Whoop. Whoop. Okay, I got all my souls back. Oh, you're gonna come over here? Bold choice, but okay. Part of me's like, should I just risk the rot damage? Ladder over there. Oh! You know. Ew! Fucking grody, you two. Man, they really do be thinking they gonna get me. Yeah, I can go down. Be wary of right. Oh. Oh. Don't fuck with me. I got the power of God and enemy on my side. Oh, I'm so fucked. Hi, honey. How are you? How was your stream? Hi, Raiders. Y'all are about to watch me get fucking bum wrecked. Oberon Teddy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Are you named after Oberyn from Game of Thrones? Oh, there's so many dudes. And now there's a spider at my feet that's mad. This is a bad time. What were y'all playing? Potion Craft? Oh, Potion Craft's so much fun. I actually need to get back into it. I only played it a little bit. Okay. Don't mind me! Sorry, I really don't want to get fucked here. Oh, you've got to be so fucking for real. There's no way. There's no way he followed me all the way over here. Mana Pom Pom! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a great day. There's no way. Okay, he's going away. Good. Mana Pom Pom is such a fun name. I love it. Yeah, we are going for Melania. I gotta get there first. But there's a big boy down there that wants me fucking dead. What the fuck just hit me? What the fuck just hit me? Why? No, leave me alone. Malignant. Fucking what this feels like. Go away! All I want for Christmas is this man to leave me alone. The fact that they can follow me all the way up here is bullshit. Okay. So there's a big fucking beastie down here that I really don't want to fuck with. Could I possibly drop behind it? That'd be really funny. Well, okay, I've got a second Christmas wish, which is try jump attack. I don't think I want to. Okay, there's a grace. But if I jump from there, I'm not gonna survive it. Okay, so I do have to go down. Oh, fuck me! Oh, I'm dead. I jump attacked and I did not do well. You take a little bit of damage though. Yeah. All right. God, the fact that that's the next closest grace is a bit of a fucking bite me in the asshole kind of situation. Definitely not kind. What the fuck is that? Oh, you're just blessing your sword. All right, paladin. Oh, nope. Bro, be so for real. That man did not just explode himself. I could have jumped down. Well, I didn't realize that. I thought I'd die. We've been wrong about that kind of thing before. Oh. Oh! move. Oh, ballistas. I was running for my fucking life. I did take the hard route. I didn't mean to. Why were there two dudes in there? Why were there two of them? I panicked after that. That was a bad time. Well, there go all of my fucking souls, so... Good news, don't have to worry about getting my souls from that fucking giant Halleck tree. Bad news, that was so many fucking souls. We got a little bit of good news, got a little bit of bad news. Jesus. This place, like, beautiful as it is. Little shitty. No, boys, mind your business. Don't do it. See? Oh, see, that's where I went the wrong way. I was meant to jump here, and I missed. Now we just lure this guy off the edge. Hey, did you know you can't just lure that guy off the edge? Okay, did you know that guy will just chase you the fuck down? Jesus! Oh, you knew? I didn't know. Okay, where are the boys? They up your ass? Good. Excuse me? Excuse me? Just gonna take that warming stone from you. No worries. Oh, hi, you two. That's why y'all can go this far. Okay, we're gonna come to this corner. Oh god, I jumped. I was, for some reason, was not expecting that man to have a fucking bow. And it fucking jumped me. No, you're gonna have to come closer because I don't want to fuck with the dude next to you. We're just gonna wait for him to go away. Hold on, 1 second. Yeah, I don't miss this either. Alright. No. Fuck off. Oh! Alright. Don't ask me why I'm crouching, it's fear. Okay. Okay, Madverts. Okay, Gore tells me I can make this fall. I genuinely do not think I can, however. Crouching improves your accuracy. True. Okay, bet. So I did that with the hopes that I wouldn't take any damage. I don't know if it worked or not, but... There's also a ladder over here? God, look at that big fucking bitch. I just want to read this. Well done. I didn't do it. I'm not going to. You can't make me. Oh yeah, there's a ladder. You're so right. Didn't even realize that. Alright, what fucking horrors beyond my comprehension are in here? Hmm. I see. What are we guarding? Probably nothing good. So I'm just gonna leave y'all be. I know there's a chest there. I don't want it that badly. I've gotten greedy in this game before, and it's always come back to bite me in the ass. I will not be getting greedy today. Welcome to the danger zone. This whole game's a danger zone, man. Oh my fucking god, you gotta be so for real. Mikola, you never should have let your sister touch this fucking tree. Because now look, now it's a bad time for everybody. Oh my god. I don't even want to know what's over there. Place is gorgeous though. It's like ruins inside of the Halig tree. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, very pretty. Oh, I don't have a choice. That's where I have to go. Alright, well, guess we're going there. Or maybe I could take this route? Yeah, these people really know how to make ruins, which I love because I'm planning on, for my rebrand, ruins are going to play a huge part in it. So I'm actually really... I've been using a lot of Elden Ring as inspiration for backgrounds and sceneries. And also it really inspires me musically as well. So... Alright, up we get. Fuck me. So, you know. I get a lot of inspiration from Elden Ring. Which isn't the only reason I play it, but it's definitely a big reason. What the fuck am I looking at? Nope. Absolutely not. I cannot stand these things. Absolutely fucking not. Yeah, sorry. I saw that guy sitting there and I was like, mm-mm. Who is that? Ugh. And this is all rot water, I imagine. Yeah, I have to imagine this is all rot water. Yeah, see... I fucking called it. I'm in Melania's brother's house. I expected rot. Rolling lets you go faster. Oh boy, does the rot compound. Why is my rot still going up? What the fuck did I do? Grace ahead. Oh, thank God. Whee! Sorry, I got suspicious that I was being lied to. I don't know why, but I was like, I feel like somebody's lying to me and that there's not a Grace here. You soap? Oh, interesting. What do you mean halfway? What if I want to be more than halfway? What if I want fucking relief from this mortal coil? Buff Cowboy Werewolf Dragon, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. All of your kind are welcome here. Buff Cowboys, Werewolves, Dragons. All welcome here. Oh, thank you for the pet. Also, I really appreciate that. Whee! We're working our way over to Melania. Watch myself? What do you mean? What'd I do? Oh. Oh, I see the problem. A werewolf cowboy is here. Look. Ow. What the fuck? Is this an elevator? Oh, it is. Bye! Look, the only way I'm getting through this area is by just bum rushing it. Oh, that's a boss. Huh, okay, I see. Is that the boss? Or is this just a boss? Laggardly sort ad. Alright. Old deer ahead. Seek God. Alright, well. Oh. Oh, y'all said halfway too. I believed you. I don't think I should have. Uh-oh. Okay. We're gonna do our best. We're gonna be here for the next 3 hours, chat, so get ready. Get ready to sit here with me for the next 3 hours. Yeah, chat, keep track of how many times it takes me before I get there. God, she's gorgeous. Resting, hand on tree. So I fall asleep too when I'm outside. Was she just sitting here waiting for her brother to hatch? Sweet thing. She's a good big sister. Or little sister. I'm really not sure which one of them is the oldest out of the— I know they're twins, but I'm not sure which one of them is the older twin. Oh, her chainmail. That's chainmail that's dangling. I never realized that.
Was dull gold, and my blood rotted.
Yeah, you don't have to dream about that. That's just true.
Corpse after corpse left in my wake.
Yeah, that's also just true. She's the older one? Okay.
As I awaited his return.
Good big sister.
Heed my words.
I'm heeding, ma'am.
I am Melania,
Melania.
Blade of Mikola.
Melania and Mikola are such cool twin names. God, her sword is so long. I'm gonna have to get used to that range.
And I have never known defeat.
You're probably not gonna know it today either. I'm just gonna be real honest with you. Oh, fuck! She just starts off right in your face, huh? Holy shit. I gotta see how she moves. Waterfowl dance. It's such a gorgeous move. Oh, man. Oh, the way she uses her sword to, like, go is gorgeous. Oh, fuck, it's just me and her now. Okay. Okay. Oh! Okay. Waterfowl dance. Got it. Gotta go away from that one, not into it. Okay, half health through her first fucking evolution. That's not too bad. That could have been way worse. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Okay. I know Girlie's got multiple forms. She's got 2? Okay, this time I need to be ready for her to jump me right off the bat. So... See, every time I watch people do this fight, it's always from here. Oh! Ah! Oh, fuck me. Oh, she heals. I forgot. She heals based off damage that she does. Okay, I have a question. I forgot how to do my Ash of War. How to do the second part. You just hit the same button again, right? Because every time I try it, it doesn't do it. Yeah, I fought actual Mohg. We jumped his ass. I thought this woman couldn't be downed. Damn! Oh, fuck me. All right. Just push it again. Okay. I tried that and it didn't work, but we'll try again. Yeah, can somebody remind me how to do my Ash of War? I did the first, I could do the first part whenever you hit the button, but whenever I hit the button again, it doesn't do the second part? Unless I'm just not typing it right. Is that Mikola? In the tree? That's gorgeous. Yeah, it's been so long since I played this game and done it successfully. Alright, time to run. That's where Mikola was held. Ah, okay. Oh, the sound of cicadas. Oh, that's so sick.
The scarlet blue flowers once more.
Girl, you can't keep doing this every time you die. Or every time you get beat in battle.
You will witness true horror.
This is so cool. Special, then strong attack. Ah, okay, okay.
Now, rot.
See, every time Girly gets beat. I'm trying to learn this woman's movesets. Alright, cool.
Scarlet rot.
Sorry, I'm trying to learn her movesets in this new... God, she's gorgeous. I'm trying to learn her movesets in this new phase. So... That was 2! That was 2. This is 3. That was 2, yeah. This is 3. Okay. Yeah, that was 2. This round is 3. Oh god. I saw her gearing up, but I was like, I could get in one more hit. Move! Jesus. Oh god. Okay, I was not watching my own health. Okay. That was not as good. I was really just testing my Ash of War to make sure I got it right. But that's fine. Okay. That was 3. I wasn't watching my own health very well. Okay. Gore, how many times did it take before you got this? Oh, you summoned other players. Okay, so you cheated. So you were incapable of getting good. Oh my god. She fucking chases you down with that move. I feel like I was doing better without the fucking runes, so I'm not gonna use them. Yeah, Waterfowl is fucking crazy. She chases you down with it. Yeah, 4. I'm gonna get it in under 50. See, now that I said that, I'm definitely not gonna get it in under 50. Oh, fuck me! Okay. That didn't work when she, jumped me immediately. And I got trapped up against a wall. My Mimic's still going for it. Damn. Alright. Get me. It does not work when she's chasing you!
Blade of Wickler.
Oh, if I use it before I summon the Mimic? I thought I had to do it after I summon the Mimic. Okay, so I've just been doing it wrong. Good to know. 1 second. I'm gonna take a bite of an Oreo for strength. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Buffs first, then Mimic. Okay, I bet. Ma'am! Ma'am! Ah! Hi, Ochre. How are you? I'm panicking. I'm starting to panic. Why was my second run the best run? There's no way I'm doing this in 10 runs or less. It's not gonna happen. She just started running at me at top speeds. Ugh. Why did my dodge not work? Ugh. Okay. I'm still not doing it in 10 rounds. Oh god. Oh fuck. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Yeah, she nuked me. 8. There's no way I'm doing this in 10 goes. It's not gonna happen. Oh my god, why is she tearing ass? See, the thing is I'm letting my Mimic take all those waterfowl dances. My Mimic doesn't dodge good enough to be taking all of those waterfowl dances. You know what I mean? So I need to be taking waterfowl dance and getting better at blocking it. Can you block waterfowl dance? Not that I have a shield on me, but... Yeah, Mimic doesn't know how to dodge, exactly. Oh my god, I was one-handing it. They're my dumbass. I imagine it's not easy to block. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, I almost had it. Okay. I panic roll. I need to find a way to sync up my rolls with waterfowl dance. Oh, that's gonna be so fucking hard. Gore, stop counting in the chat. You're stressing me out. Like, I don't mind y'all counting how many times it takes. But, like, count it mentally. What the fuck? That felt like that went on way longer than it normally does. Okay. Yes, I would like to know later. Absolutely. I absolutely would love to know later. I just don't want to know right now. Right now, it's stressing me out. Okay. Oh god. Holy shit, what the fuck was that? Oh! Ma'am! God damn it. Since when could she shadow clone? When was that? Also, does this woman have a weakness? Like, that I could use on my sword? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna take the wolves off for now. Change my talisman? My talismans are keeping me alive, I think. Bleed and frost? Okay. Yeah, I already do bleed, so I'll try frost too, maybe. Critical hits. Restore HP. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I know I'm already doing bleed. Okay. We're gonna try bleed and frost, maybe? I don't know. God damn it, I should have healed. I was like, I'm gonna heal, but I was like, no, she's got a tiny sliver of health left. And then I remembered that she can fucking heal when she hits. That was on me. That wasn't too bad. Could have been better. I don't think we're gonna fuck around with the frost this time around. Fucking damn it. Alright. Guess I gotta log in. I don't really have much of a choice. Alright, let's see. Shit. I got myself trapped in that corner. There's nothing I was gonna be able to do about that. I did not almost have her. I don't have any other talismans, Gore. So... you know, it is what it is. Oh my god. Oh fuck. This isn't good. I need to be faster. This is taking too long. Oh, she got both of us. Damn. I'm embarrassed. Thought I'd do better than this. Alright, it's like, this stream is just gonna be me silently sitting here and being like, You know what I mean? Like, while I'm trying to figure it out. Oh, okay. I'm embarrassed. I feel like I should be doing better than this. This woman does not stay down for very long. Alright. If you can beat her, the rest of the game will be nothing. Ugh. I fucking wish. Oh, back up. Oh god. Oh god. Fuck! Oh, I needed to heal! Shit! God damn it! Oh, I was so close. I just needed to fucking heal! Ugh! I can't do this! Y'all ready just to hear me complain about how I can't do this for the next fucking hour and a half, 3 hours? Okay, I'm gonna die early on this one, but that's because I want to attempt something. Okay, see, that didn't work. I was trying to block, and that didn't work. So, never never what? Never give up. I want to give up. I've been doing this for an hour. My hands are sweaty. There is no oasis here. Just this fucking woman. Shit! Fuck! My hands are sweaty. I dry my hands off. Shit! Oh, thanks for the pets. They are not curing my what ails me on this day. As if this woman wasn't hard enough already. They fucking gave her a healing ability. Do you know how ridiculous that is? Whatever, man. I've given up on this run. And that's exactly why my Mimic's fucking dead. I know I said I wanted to do this. I don't know if I want to do this. This is the fucking worst. Yeah, I did know her name was Melania. Beautiful name. Beautiful woman. Did she know my name is Peach? I'm not the blade of anyone. Or I don't even have the energy to respond to what you just said. I'm sorry. This woman is sapping my energy very quickly. And I could have had her on the second go. But I fucked it. Am I okay? Yeah, I'm fine. This woman's not just totally sapping all of my fucking life's blood. Ugh. If only Radon was here. I don't think Radon being here is gonna help. Also, a pop-up happened on my screen while I was doing that. I don't think that one should count, because I got a pop-up on my screen that I have to get rid of. There it is. Okay. So I'm not counting that one. Y'all can count it if you want, but I'm not. Was it useful? No. The pop-up? No. It was just telling me about my own YouTube channel. So, like, not useful at all, honestly. Okay. Okay. What the fuck? Like, fucking God. This fucking woman! I'm about to become misogynistic. That woman came for me out of nowhere. Nope. 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 All right. I wasn't gonna call her a slur. Oh no. Oh.
Extraordinary. The mark of a true lord.
Holy shit. Holy fucking shit.
Dear Mikola. Oh, dearest Mikola.
Oh.
My brother. I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
I finally met my match.
Holy shit. 21? Okay, that's not too bad. That's less than I am age. 21 tries ain't too bad. I'll take it. My hand hurts so bad. Holy shit. Holy fuck. I did it. I did it, chat. Oh. Sorry. Scared the shit out of me. I did it, chat! Yay! I'm legitimately so proud of myself. Stupid fucking flower. Stupid son of a bitch flower. Oh, I did it. I want to go look at Mikola's tree. I need to go get Mikola, actually. From Mohg. Oh, yeah. Is that where his cocoon was? Right there? That's gorgeous. I did it! I don't... There's an item in the plant? Oh, yeah, there might be, actually. Hold on. No, I cannot get it in the plant. It will not let me. Yeah, I think you're misremembering, because it won't let me in. Yeah, it does look like a lady. I love that. Well, I mean, Mikola kind of looks like a lady. Unless he was recreating his own birth, and that's supposed to be America? Anyways, I did the thing. I'm very proud of myself. Okay, now that I'm, like, less stressed... I gotta let my heart rate go down, and then I'll be proud of myself. So 1 second. Yes, I do know about that. I do know that that's like kind of the whole thing. Because he thought that when he became older, he'd be able to cure his sister, right? And then this was the other chick. She must have dropped dead here and bloomed. I know, just gotta check. Check on the side. Look, Mikola didn't want to be a fucking pawn. He just wanted to save his sister. And that's part of why I love him so much. I should probably go get his cocoon, because I think that's where the DLC is gonna start. The hell is stomping around? Oh. I would like to fight Mohg, yes. Because I think that's where the DLC is gonna start, so I don't really think they give you much of an option. Oh, it just brings you back here. Wait, so you're telling me I didn't have to do all that? I could have just jumped from here down to here? And then I could have walked in through here and just made it straight to Melania? I'm Melania. Blade of Mikola. Alright, where was I supposed to be headed? Fire giants, right. I remember. I gotta put my fucking horse back in my inventory. Hold on one second. But yes, I think I do have to go fight Mohg, because I think to get into the DLC, or at least the rumor is, to get into the DLC, you need to be able to, you gotta have access to, his, cocoon, I believe. I think, or at least that's the current rumor, is that that's gonna be how it works. Nobody really knows, of course, but the current rumor is that that's probably gonna be how it works, since you can't really do anything with Mikola's cocoon after you defeat Mohg. So it would make sense. Oh, that's a dungeon, okay. So it would make sense. There's a sending gate out here in the concentrated snowfield you can use to get to Mohg. Oh, bet. I didn't realize that. It's fucking dragon, dude. Bro, go straight to hell. Is that a fucking lobster? Oh my god. Scared the shit out of me. Far western side of the concentrated snowfield. Hold on, can't open my map. Too much going on over here. Excuse me? Oh. There's some kind of boss here. Usually around these guys. Oh, you said the far western side? I imagine that's it. Okay, I'll go look. Let me, find... Weird. Strange. Usually I feel like there's, a statue of America around these somewhere. That you can use so that if you die... You don't have to run all the way back. Guess not. Alright, well, head to the road and go up, I guess. Let me get to the next, map piece and waypoint, and then I will absolutely go over there and teleport straight to Mohg. Okay. Bet. What the fuck? Why are there big dogs here, too? No, it's fine. Oh, hi, Melania.
We're almost there. The flame of ruin lies just ahead. I'm glad it was you I traveled with. I must tender my thanks to Torrent, too.
Yeah, that's a damn good hornt. He's a damn good horse.
Till the end. Shall I turn? Let my share them with me.
Yeah, Torrent is a damn good horse. Okay. There's a map piece up here, but we've got that. So... Far west, you said? And it'll take you straight to Mohg. Yeah, it's one of the little teleport gates. I figured. Oh, that scares me. I think that's a cliff. Is that just dead ass, like, into the line cliffside? Okay, Far West is cool and all. When it's not an actual cliffside. Okay. No idea what that is. I'm ignoring it. Oh. Chill out. I'm just looking around. Don't. God damn, that fucking hurts. Alright. Oh, hate that. That's cool. There's a lot of giants over here, I see. Is that it? I think that might be it. Excuse me. Sent you the map location? Okay, bet. I'll take a look at it when I'm not on the verge of getting jumped. Oh, that's a rune bear. Cool. You just keep sleeping. Don't mind me, bud. I feel like that's it. But I'll check your little map. Oh, it's up higher than where I am. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Oh, actually, it's right here. I'm actually really close to it. It's here, I believe. Yeah, it's right there. Okay. Bet. Cool. Thank you, Gore. We are going to leave that room bear to his slumbers. Oh, it's not on. I have to fight someone. And slimes. Okay, now it's on. We're good. Hi, third word! I beat Melania already. So, we're going to Mohg. Yeah, truly, absolutely ain't nothing. The hell that ginger-ass bitch put me through has no comparison. He wants to be Melania so bad. But alas, all he is some dumbass invader. Oh. Hmm. A lot of blood on these cliff sides. Alright. So yeah, no, we're going for Mohg because I think Mohg is gonna, like, I think you're gonna have to beat Mohg to get to the DLC. It's not been confirmed or denied either way, but it just feels right to me. Also, this man kidnapped my baby, so he's definitely getting killed just for that alone. Fuck that guy. Yeah, Miyazaki said, oh, y'all are into redheads? Me too. And everybody went, Miyazaki, not like that. Like, are we into redheads that could kick our ass? Absolutely, Miyazaki. Does that mean at this exact moment in time, I want to have my ass kicked by a redhead? No. People kept asking for a redhead that would peg them. True. Miyazaki heard our prayers. But I am afraid he listened a little too closely. Excuse me, everyone. Don't mind me, I'm just running through. Oh man, this place is like the pits. Excuse me. Oh. 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 You got too, huh, buddy? This place is giving my anus is bleeding. Yeah. It kind of is. Where is the map for this fucked up place? Mohg is a bit of an asshole. Yeah, I've noticed that. Ow! Ring of Elden, hi Berkey, how are you? I'm gonna do my best to grab my souls. Why? I found the map. Why can't I ride my horse? What's about to happen to me? Thank you for the hydrate. I actually don't have anything left to drink. Okay, hold on. I'm sure if I stand right here, it'll be fine. Let me go grab something to drink. Scream if I'm about to get got. Alright? I'm trusting you, chat. I'm back. Taking a sip. Just like it was requested of me. Not y'all screaming, look out. Oh god, Peach has got her AirPods in. God, this room smells like fucking sweat and redheads. That's crazy. Oh, there was a beautiful naked goth MILF and nobody told me? Shit. Well, the sweat is from the hour and a half it took me to beat Melania. The redheads is Melania. She came in here and fucking butt fucked me halfway in. Oh. Hi, lads. Ooh, okay. Okay, I see the way this works. Oh! A beautiful redhead appeared and y'all didn't clip it? Ow, I just kicked my fucking chair. Ow! I was trying to dodge and I accidentally got scared and kicked IRL and kicked my fucking chair! Jesus. Ow. Oh, fuck. Oh, it's so much when they run at you and try to explode. Oh. Luckily, it was the back of my foot. How do you know when they're just gonna attempt to explode on you? Is it just because they swell up? Oh, that guy's having a mental breakdown. Here, I'll make his day better. I'm mostly just killing these guys for EXP at this point. Okay, so everything over here is, bleed damage. I get the plot. Yeah. I figured they were probably best to run past, but you know. Some of them like to run at you and explode. Excuse me, everyone. What the fuck is that? Fucking ew. Hi, excuse me. Makes sense considering Mohg the bleed guy. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no, some of them run at you. Fully swelled. Not great. I'm gonna get jumped and die in here, I already know it. See? I knew something was gonna attempt to jump me, I just didn't know what it was gonna be. Oh god! Stop throwing shit at me! Oh my god, he's fast as fuck! Ow! Bro's fast as hell! Y'all see the way that man was chasing me? Jesus! I'm just fucking trying to bum rush it through this so we can actually finish the game soon. Huh. The hell's going on over here? Nothing good. Don't mind me, gang. Y'all do whatever weird worship shit y'all be doing. I know there's a chest there. I don't care. I'm good. I'm leveled up. I'm proud of myself. Alright. Hell yeah, we're where we need to be. And we jump this man. That was a lot faster than I was expecting. Oh, Mikola's arm is very long. Mikola used to be able to ride on Torrent. So I think his, Oh, is that not Mikola? Or is that Mohg in the cocoon? No, that's Mikola. Wearing the ring. Oh, the blood. Was Mikola successfully, like, was his cocoon plan actually working? Was he actually getting bigger? Was he actually close to, like, hatching? Hey, Mohg. Yeah, look at how big it is. He was actually getting bigger.
Mikola.
He would have been huge if he was allowed, if he was like able to grow.
Must abide alone a while.
If Mikola was able to grow at a normal rate, and this is like what he would have looked like, he would have been fucking massive.
Welcome, honored guest.
Yeah, we gotta take him out just because he's a groomer.
To the birthplace of our dynasty.
Yeah, alright, groomer. Okay, groomer, come on, let's go. Oh, fuck me.
I can see it
All right.
as clear as day.
Yeah, I've heard Dynasty be said that way. But, like, it's not a very common way to say Dynasty. Alright, anyways. I'm here for my love. Yeah, that bro was nothing compared to Melania. We jumped him. Whatever. Babies play. Nothing. Oh wait, let's level up real quick. That's a lot of fucking souls. Let's level up real quick. Yeah, there you go. Mogg's dead. Sorry you missed it when you blinked. I love everybody coming back here because they think this is where the DLC is gonna start. And leaving messages. Hello, my love. I want to kiss his hand. God, he's massive. The ring. Ugh. I wish I could see more. Yeah, you know, baby's first groomer kill. Whatever. Fuck that guy. We kill groomers in this house. We don't like groomers. Fuck that guy. I want to smooch the hand of the boy I wish to protect for the rest of my days. I don't even care if he betrays me in the DLC. I want to protect him for the rest of my days. Oh yeah, you can see his hair. That's crazy. It's not horny! He's my son! I want to protect him for the rest of my days! I love him! Any hoots. Back to what we were doing. Yeah, fuck groomers. Groomers don't have a place here. Every pedophile deserves death. Let's go. Is that all the demigods? Mind your business. Because if so, oh fuck yeah. Goated as hell. Alright, bet. This is what I was coming here for. Mountaintops. I'm gonna sit here, see if Melania wants to talk to us. She does not. Alright, to endgame we go. Gotta get some fire for the Erd tree. These big guys are dead, right? I don't have to worry about one of them suddenly fucking Hulk smashing me. Yeah, I guess the only one I haven't done is the old Elden Lord. But he's not a demigod, he's just is a man. Alright, they're fucking booking it out with each other, that's fine. The fuck? Damn. No, I think you're right. I think that is all of them. Oh, God bless. Oh. A little bit of overkill, but okay. Why do I have to run? Why are you making me run? Oh. That's why. Alright. Fucking asshole. Thank you for the blessings, chat. That guy's a fucking dick. Yeah, I heard Rivers of Blood is one that people like a lot. Alright. Keep making my way upwards, I guess. Upwards and onwards. Oh, hands. Excuse me. Ah, there we are. Oh. Ah, that way. Okay, I see. Yeah, it's what I've heard. It is definitely the PvP cheese. Which, you know, if you want to cheese PvP, more power to you. This fucking giant is gonna fuck up my day. I'm gonna get to this giant and I'm gonna be like, oh, he's not Melania, he's gonna be easy. And he's gonna absolutely fuck me up. I already know it. Oh, that way. I see. River of Blood is the try-hard weapon, in my opinion. Why do you say that? I'm actually genuinely curious. Why do you say that? Also, is Bunny asleep right now? Hold on, I'm looking to see if there's a Grace anywhere around here. Before I go and get myself absolutely wrecked by this giant. People only use it to maximize bleed instead of improving your fundamentals. Oh, that's probably fair. Bunny's napping. Okay. My man be rolling. Watch out! Oh, fuck me. Fire giants got me fucked up. Why are you rolling? You son of a bitch! All right. Oh shit. I broke his legs. Uh-oh. I broke his legs. Oh. 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 Why do your armpits look like vaginas? Oh. What's happening? What do you mean all armpits look like vaginas? What? Third word, I've got questions. Oh. Oh, throat eye. Hmm. Delicious. I'm not an armpit fucker. We're just gonna... Oh, that killed me. Huh. Probably could have done that if I was, further away. Yeah, fire hot. If you squint really hard, most anything looks like a vat. Yeah, we're gonna have to agree to disagree on that one, bestie. Anyways, let's go kill this fucking giant. You don't have to kill him, do you? I guess you do to get to his fire. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I was like, I don't recall. Hey, chat, do y'all remember how I said... Oh. Chat, y'all remember how I said... that, this guy was gonna give me a run for my money? I knew it. He is mandatory. Oh, the more you know. He's rolling. There he goes. Ow. Homie is up on that cliffside. I can't fucking reach him. All right, there we go. I love that he keeps a little plate. I mean, it is pretty cute. All right. Where the hell is my mimic? Bud, where are you? Oh my god. I avoided getting rolled over. Woo! Shit! Fucking it's hot! Shit. Get up! Torrent is not the play. Torrent is really not the play here. Jesus. This big old bitch. All right. I refuse to do this as many times as I did Melania. I refuse. You cannot make me. Use torrent to get to him, not to attack. Yeah. Oh, there's another grace right here. Oh, my dumbass. Let's grab that real quick. So much fucking closer. Jesus. All right. And at last I see the light. I'm going to fuck your husband. And at last I see the light. I'm going to fuck your bro. I forgot I have these. How's this guy feel about magic? How's this guy feel about gravity? You got any unique feelings? No, not you, bro. Your bro. Also, hi, Ducky. Come again? I will not. Thank you for the offer. That takes time that I don't have. Because I'm busy. Dealing with a fucking fire giant. Don't throw that at me. The fuck did I just say to you? Oh, I see. I need to be closer for that. Ow. Asshole. Fucking roly-poly ass man. Excuse me. Oh my god, it is so hard to hit giants. My depth perception is so off. Ow. You know what? I probably deserve that. Oh no. Mommy hurt your little ankle. Get him! Break his legs! There's a bone there. Oh, and here comes the fire. Don't. All right. I don't want to watch this man break his leg again. It hurts. Okay, so being in front of him... Oh, you're throwing the gravitational things at him now. I forget that if I have it in my inventory, so does my fucking... Oh my god. Get him in the ass! Oh god. Drink, 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 drink! Why did you not drink? Why did I not drink? I wanted to drink. Why did I not? Why did I not drink? What did I do wrong? Why did I not drink? This poor man just needs some Pepto. Yeah. He's going through it. Oh, there's another entrance down here. Okay. Fucking Jesus Christ. This dude. Oh. Okay. I see. You can come down here, but there's a dog. Bork, bork. Alright, that's my last bit of flesh. I am gonna switch that out for... fire damage and fire damage. And get rid of that. Okay. Who's harder, Melania or the fire giant? It's still Melania. I'm just stupid. Fucking god damn it. Okay. Hustle, 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 hustle. All right, and get in there, get in there. I can't see. I can't see shit. All right. Who are you going for? You going for me, big boy? Really wish you wouldn't. Don't lock on when you're up close. Yeah, I've learned. I'm learning that that's probably the worst way to go about it. Woo! Okay, turn off the lock on. Get under him! Hey, that fire negation didn't do shit. Just like to go ahead and say. I have the fire damage talisman on, Gore. I have it on. I selected it. It's on. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. Drink. Get up. Drink. Oh my god. This fucking guy. This fucking dodo bird. Anyways. Let's fucking go. I didn't get the last hit. My, my mimic got the last hit, but whatever. They're not a grace immediately available. Okay. Okay, 3 big bosses in one stream, yes, but we say that as if Mohg is hard. Poor Mogling. See, this right here is why I asked if there's a grace, because I can see myself falling off this edge. Mohg is actually considered to be a difficult boss. Let's see. What if I just got cocky and I was like, I beat Melania with no help that the game itself doesn't provide. In 21 tries. I just get cocky with it. I'm just like, I beat Melania in 21 tries. I almost beat her on my second try. But I'm not that good. I remember before the first big patch, you could cheese it with summoning someone and having them parkour into the boss room so he never aggroes. That would be really funny, I think. Alright, sup, girl?
I have long observed the lands between. This world is in dire need of repair.
The world changes permanently after this? Yeah, that's fine.
Indiscriminate. Are you
I'm planning on doing Ronnie's ending
a cardinal
simply
sin
because of the fact that I've heard it's like considered like probably the most likely the canon
rest
ending.
upon you for but a moment?
But I'm ready to go into endgame, so it's okay that I'm done. I've fought everybody I want to fight. I'm very happy with this. I'm ready to move into endgame. That's why I went and did Mohg first, if you want me to be honest, because I figured once you made it to this point, like, that's it. Girl, the fuck you do to me? Her hands are all burnt, which implies that she's done this before. Do I want to fight the giant pretty dragon? No. I can look at her, though, probably. I don't use any of the dragon things, so I really don't see a point in killing them. Oh, the pretty lightning dragon? No, I definitely don't want to kill her. She's gorgeous. Yeah, her hands are scarred, so it looks like she's grabbed this flame in the past. Fascinating. I never beat Mohg solo, so you've got some massive cojones. Oh, thank you. I also want to know more about her because it's implied that she's one of Melania's kids. Or not Melania, America. It's implied that she's one of America's children. Most likely the third from the Mikola Melania line, since she has 3 kids, since they each have 3 kids with each of their spouses. But if that's the case, then who the fuck is Mesmer in the DLC? Because the M on his name implies that he's a part of that trio. So did...
Thank you.
Was Mesmer the first, and then they banished him, and after they banished him, they had her and the twins? Or they had the twins and then her? To replace Mesmer since he was banished? It's so confusing.
The one who walks alongside Flame.
I bet Mesmer is Mikola after the cocoon. That would be really cool. I think I would dig that. I think that'd be sick.
Goodbye.
Bye, Melania. It was nice knowing you. Mesmer being Mikola would be so sick, but I do want to see, like, OG Mikola. Like, he is seen as the most beautiful and sweetest character. Like, I want to see him. I know so much about him, but it's never enough. I want to see him. Oh, damn. Well, shit. I may have tiptoed a little too close to the sun, gang. Now everything is losing its shit. Sadness. Yeah, there are dragons everywhere. I may have tap danced a little too close to the sun. My bad. Yeah, I love when people are like, I want to go home, because, like, where is home in this situation? Alright, well. Well. Gore! We do not simp for that devil woman. We do not simp for that evil, hurtful woman. Try jumping. I will not. Oh. Huh. Hi. How are you? Or are you gonna come up here? Oh. Okay. You're not too bad to kill. I have a lot of souls that I haven't allocated. Where the fuck is the Grace? I've noticed in this game, usually when things are eating or looking at the wall, it's pretty safe to just roll past them. You know what I mean? I used the Grace earlier and I didn't realize how many souls I had, so I didn't use it. There it is. Okay. Oh, fuck me. All right. These are the same guys from the wolf guys from the beginning of the game? Oh, interesting. I mean, Ducky, you're always welcome to fuck me. You know that. That first boss. Oh, yeah, I remember him. That guy sucked. I mean, I'm sure he'd be fine now, but he sucked at the time. Why do I feel like something awful is about to happen to me? Is this tornado fucking following me? Oh, hi, gorgeous. It's all right, baby. It's okay. No, 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 sweets. Sweetheart, it's alright. You don't have to do all that. It's okie dokie. It's okie dokie, gorgeous. See, it's okay. It's okay, beautiful. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. So if you killed her earlier, would she not show up here at all? Him? Her? I really don't know how to tell the difference between genders and, dragons in this game. Oh, she still does? That's crazy. These are cow skulls. Cow people? Maybe. The one from earlier dips when you get her halfway down. Oh, so she's like Ronnie's dragon. Try up. I mean, if you insist. Seek right. Oh. That's pretty dope. Oh, fuck me. I was trying to heal. And it didn't work. Sorry. It's rude of me to laugh at a dead man's face, but it's a little humorous. Dragon that way. Yeah, that was hella whack. Oh my god. Once again, we're just trying to get the end game, so. Not really super interested in playing around in here. Jesus. Okay. All right. Book it. Gotta book it. Excuse me. So sorry, gang. Oh, this is a bad time. Forgive me, I thought this was a way to go. Seems like I have to go up. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Going away. Thank you for the pets. God, they're trying to strike me down. Oh, elevator. Bingo. Sorry, that was like they're trying to strike me down. Hey, Gore, you want to watch a movie? I know we were talking about it earlier, but I kind of want to watch Into the Woods. The fuck am I hearing? Oh. Fucking gross. I feel like that is an arena. For a boss I don't care to mess with. Don't! It's so fucking gross! You're good. Don't worry about me. Ugh. This place is fucking gross. How did everybody even get here? Cool. Why do they sound like they laugh? Oh. That's a grace. Okay. All right. Is that a grace? Oh, it is. Okay. What am I looking for? Just the next grace. Which I'm pretty sure is in there. Is it? No, it's not. Oh. Ducky, why the shiny sound? Why did I react to it? Is the true question. Why did I react to the shiny sound? Like there was something going on. Like there's a shiny in Elden Ring. The mythical shiny Elden Ring. That loops around that way. For any real reason or just cuz? Just cuz. Okay, cool. It is, man. I love that game. Oh. Hi. You're guarding something. Please don't. Za better be just as good, if not better, or else I'm going to riot. Secret passage ahead. Short secret. Oh. Oh, I thought they were lying, but they may not be, actually. I don't think it's worth it, though. So. I wasn't gonna jump, Gore. God, they're so loud. Do I want to go back up? Fucking I guess so. Alright. These guys are like me when I was pregnant. First trimester, pregnancy, just bleh all the time. It was fucking disgusting. Please stop trying to puke on me. Jesus? Are you there, God? It's me, Fiona. It's me, Fiona. Alright. What the fuck's about to jump me? God damn it! Ma'am? No! I panicked. I panicked. I got scared. I knew that that looked like a little arena, but it scared me. I was like, man, that looks like a little arena. It was. It was, and it startled me. Don't. Don't. Leave me alone. Oh boy. I don't care to fight the dragons. They're beautiful creatures. Do I have to kill that dragon to move on? I really don't want to. She's very beautiful to me. Oh. Dragon ahead. I should have read that. Well, I guess my runes are staying there then. Is there another route? Because I'm struggling to find it. Wait, if I go over there, can I jump across the other side? No, I can't. It's empty. Hold on. Gore, did you hear my question, love? Oh. I go down that way. I asked if you wanted me to end stream here soon so we could watch a movie or something in the living room. Tarnished required ahead. Yeah, I know everyone's here. I was just saying, like, we could watch, like, Into the Woods or something. That's kid appropriate. Fuck! Well done, don't give up. Jumping ahead. Skeleton ahead. Plump sword? Damn. Oh, there's a dragon over there too. Well, if you don't think it's a good idea, we don't have to. Don't worry about it then. Am I being followed? Sure am. Ow. Would you stop it? God, y'all are frustrating. Oh, right. Y'all come back to life. I forgot. I am locked on, and I really shouldn't be. Would you leave me alone? Not you, gag from the smell. What the fuck? Hi, welcome to the dog pound. I've got questions for you, but I need to focus for a minute. Where did you get your name from? What smell are we talking? What happened? Are you okay? One of many questions I have. What smell are we gagging about? Oh, fucking Jesus Christ. I don't gag, I'm built different. That's honestly not false. You really don't gag much, Gore. Okay, so I gotta get up. I gotta get uppies. Because I gotta get up there. I mean, I guess I could jump down here. Oh, yeah, I can just jump right here. That's fine. Oh yeah, shoot at me all you want. That's true. Gore cannot smell. Like, pretty much anything. Hi, big boy. That definitely does help the situation. Man, nothing over here gives you good. Oh. Okay. Let's see. Let's play. Oh. Hi. Bro? The fuck was that? Oh, look at him. He crossed his legs. Fancy man. All right. God, these fucking wind knights. Fucking bane of my existence, these guys. What assholes? Seek detour. Ah. I mean, okay. What the fuck? Yeah, hold on. I was seeking detour, and I almost got. Alright, what's the... Oh. Hmm. Well, there's one half dead. Why is there still so much health? Made me verify my account with questions. Sorry. Oh, they're back? Oh, fuck me. Roll! I'm trapped. Okay. But also, yes, hi, welcome, Gag. I hope you're having a great day. Why is this guy still here? Jesus. Asshole. Anyways. I'm glad to hear you're doing great. I'm also doing pretty good myself. You know. Fighting for my life. My shoulder hurts. I tense up, but only in like one arm. So my shoulder hurts. It's very strange. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. That is pretty much me. Oh, there's another grace down here. Not really 100% sure why. Probably because I'm about to see another fucked up thing. Ah. Gore, are you laughing at me or are you laughing at the Godskin Duo? Weak foe ahead. I'm surprised that this name wasn't taken. I mean, it's definitely a unique name. Never really heard anything quite like it. One of these guys again. It's one on both sides. Fuck. What the hell? Oh, there's more of them. Okay. Grape window liquor. What's happening right now? I have so many questions. Oh, yep, and you're licking. Well, welcome in. I hope you're having a good time. I hope the licks have served you well. Welcome to the dog pound. I live in a state of confusion. Oh, now you're licking yourself? Alright. Is it possible to just run past these guys? If I roll a bunch? Probably. Now me! Oh god. Don't. No one likes that shit. Oh. Oh. Okay, so I need to go out that way. Got it. Oh, thank you for the licks. Here, I'll lick you back. There we go. Now we're even. Licks on licks. We've got liquor and gag. What a combo. How that man did not see me. Oh, he sees me now. Voided Lobster 3. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the dog pound. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Why did we void the lobster? Wait, since when was a lobster my worst enemy? I gotta go that way. I see. Excuse me. Nope. That man fucking teleported to me. Oh yeah, what Ducky says is true. Creating alt accounts and following me on the alt accounts will get me in trouble because they will see it as me making bots to get follows. And I could potentially get my account banned, which is kind of stupid because, like, how the fuck would I know if that's what people were doing, you know? Like... But I guess the logic is, well, like, oh, well... We do have to take accountability for our communities, so... Plus, they don't really have, like, any proof that, like, I wasn't going out of my way to do it, so... Excuse me? Ow. Oh! I wasn't trying to do that. I only have one account, so I'm in the clear. Love to hear it. I was trying to grab that and I accidentally rolled. I pushed the wrong button. Risk of Rain 2 mod? I've never played Risk of Rain. Look, I'm not getting enough souls from anything over here for me to actually be, like, deeply concerned. Maybe I should go this way. Thank you for the stretch redeem! Oh, you're right here. Oh. This is just the way I was going earlier. Okay. That's fine. Thank you for the stretch. Oh, God knows I need it. Okay, actually, I popped like 4 different ways. That's crazy. Alright, come here, you. Oh, God. Oh, God. I'm not doing that. Ow. Bye. Oh, thank you so much for feeding Grim. God knows he needs it. Bros like me forgets to eat when he's hyper-focused on something. Which, currently, he's hyper-focused on streams. Oh, these fucking dudes. No. I hate this, because normally I can, like, run around and, like, avoid people. But I don't really feel like I can do that very well. Because everything over here is broken. So I don't feel very confident running around to avoid stuff here. I think I'm navigating okay. Honestly. Weird fucking noise. Yeah, I don't think I'm really struggling with the navigation part. I'm just struggling with the fact that there are so many monsters. And just jumping around is rough. This whole area just kind of reminds me of, like, one giant jump puzzle. And I'm not the biggest fan. Thank you for the posture check. My posture is actually not bad right now. Believe it or not. Actually, when I stretched, I also sat up straight. So we're doing pretty good on that front. Do I have to get behind that guy? Or can I go up from there? I think I can go up from here. You can definitely get up higher over there, but we'll come back if that's not the case. Oh, it's a circle around? Huh. Maybe I will circle around. Yeah, fuck it, why not? Don't. Fucking Jesus. Alright, we'll just, wait for that guy to turn his back. Thank you for the pet, Gore. I think I'm almost done for the day. I know I say that a lot when I'm playing Elden Ring. I just start to get really into it. Is my problem? Oh, that's what's so loud. So I'll be like, yeah, I'll be done soon. And then I look back down, it's been another hour. I really struggle with that. Ugh, like, I told myself tonight, I'm like, I'm not gonna play any longer. I'm not gonna play any later than 8:30 because I want to spend time with my family. My dopey dumbass. It is 9 p.m. Lever? Is this an actual shortcut or is this gonna get me killed? Good night, Third Word. Thanks for coming. Oh, it's an actual elevator. Oh, it's like an actual shortcut. Usually these things like open pits to hell. Not this time though. Damn. Look at that. Well, hey. With the world destroyed... At least now I don't have to worry about fucking rune bears. You know what I mean? There's always a positive, eh, chat? You did leave for a little while. Shit's going good. I think. I kind of hate this area. It's a bit of a pain in the ass to navigate. That's a big old dragon. Ow! Where the fuck did you come from? Oh, he was following me. I see. Fire. Okay. Okay. So once out here, I need to go that way? Oh, I need to go that way. Okay. I have to like plot out the way I need to go. From like super early on. Oh, you son of a bitch. Okay. Then we go up this way. Down. Down. Can I get around this fucking dragon? I need to get behind him. You picked definitely somewhere to sleep, bud. Ugh. Real glad the game just lets me walk through his wings, because that wasn't happening otherwise. Okay. I don't even think I want to attempt jumping from there. I guess working our way around this way? Yeah, we sure are. Up we go. Then go to here. Jump up this way. God, could I get a grace, please? God damn. Oh! Fuck. I could have made that jump. God damn it! Okay. Okay. I could have made that jump. Now we're all the way back here. Yay! The fuck ever, man! Oh my god. Okay. At least this time I know my way a little faster. Thank God for sleeping dragons. I will not wake you up. Just need to get this quarter. Thanks, bud. Alright. And up. And, up. Okay. Up we go this way. Okay. Okay. Now from here, guess I go down this way. And there's a grace. Oh my fucking god, I was so close to a grace. Oh. I've circled back around. I see what I've done here. Not what I meant to do. And I have unintentionally circled back around. So I was going the right way the first time. Yes, we are. And I was going the right way the first time, and then I fucked it up. So... God damn it. Okay. I'm gonna get to the next grace. Only because if I don't do it now, I'm gonna confuse myself. Yeah. I had it and then I went the wrong way. Oh my god. Okay, so what's up with this guy? Excuse me. Will he jump down here? He will not. We're good. Still, need to replenish my shit. Mostly just trying to make sure I'm figuring out, like, where I'm at. Ah, okay. Good, good, good. Correct. Oh! These were just normal eagles. They don't have fangs or claws for legs. Oh, she's awake. Time to go. There's an elevator here, right? Oh boy. Hey, ladies, I'm actively trying not to get electrocuted. Not that you care. These fucking birds. All right, got it. Gotta get by you. No, 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 no. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's all right. Don't worry about it. Don't stress about it. Don't do any of those things about it. Oh. Oh my god. What the fuck's going on in here? All right. Thoughts on the dragon area? Is that what this is? Is that why it's a pain in the ass to get through? Because dragons have wings and I don't? Is that why I'm suffering? Up? Okay, thank God, up. I has a surprise? What's your surprise? Is it gonna be something I like? Or is it gonna be like hell? Okay, we're gonna rest for a second. Pick a number? Oh, but my favorite number's not in there, so you can pick for me. Oh, fuck me. Oh, see, Gore picked. Strong foe ahead? Jumping ahead. Try close quarters battles. Skill required ahead. Will it not let me use a mimic? Try Scarlet Rot. Oh! Thank you so much for the bits! Thank you so much for the 500 biddies. I really appreciate it. That's a much better surprise than what I was expecting. I was expecting to get, like, jumped with assassins. So I prefer that one. Okay, I'm just coming down here just to see what's down here. Fucking knew it! But yes, thank you so much for the 500 biddies. Okay. What the fuck? I'm trying to get... I know I need to get to the big circle. I'm just being nosy now. Okay. Up to the big circle we go. I'll stop being nosy. It said strong foe, so I got nervous. This really has been a stream of strong foes. God damn it. I knew you had assassins. Something about you just screamed person with assassins. Oh, shit. And it's not gonna let me go until I fight him. And I can't use a mimic. God damn it. Watch my back. Oh my god, and it's gonna force me. Shit, the lobster's on the way. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna do this guy today. I can't use my mimic or anything, and this is ass to me. So, we'll get to him next time, I think. Also, my shoulder hurts so bad. I believe that's the boss right behind the Sentinel. That would make sense, yeah. I want to find somebody to raid, though. So we'll jump back into Elden Ring tomorrow. I don't have anything else planned. But first, let's see. Who can I raid? But yeah, no, we'll definitely jump back into Elden Ring tomorrow, for sure, because I'm having a great time, and I feel like we're getting so close to being done. And I really want... I don't like want to be done. I know I'm gonna like be upset when it's over. But I do want to like see the ending of the game and be able to be like, I beat it, you know? So we're definitely gonna get there. We're gonna raid my friend Kiwi. But thank you guys for coming. I appreciate it. Love you. Mwah. And I'll see you all tomorrow for more Elden Ring, okay? Be good. Be good. Bye.